quickly. Looks like it has on Twitch. Yeah, maybe even on YouTube, but maybe not. Yes, it has. Cool. Hey, yay! People will be able to see me and then run away screaming no, so they can't actually see me. Yay. Hmm. Turn that off for a while. Nice picture of the Resistance attacking the Waffen-SS. Okay, yes, we're going to be playing Black Ice. I haven't played Black Ice in a while after my last meltdown with Black Ice. I don't know that they have changed my sort of, if you will, requirements. I do know a new version of or new DLC of Hoi 4 is coming out, and I presume there will also be an improved free content. I don't know that anything, because I just think it's a country pack, though I quite honestly haven't been looking at it closely. Yeah, start. Meaning I don't think it's like La Resistance with a whole new features there. So I don't know that how quickly or what the Black Ice team will do, but I've already made a provision of copying the mod out so that I can continue if they update things. Because unlike you, I generally want I'm playing this live, and weekly for a few hours a week, so it doesn't get done too fast. But we're going to be playing as Britain here, so right. Okay, I'm going to make some episodes, just been while rattling on to you, thinking about things. Welcome, fellow armchair generals and hearts of iron enthusiasts. This is Gamer 1745 here, and we're going to be playing some Hearts of Iron 4 Black Ice with the La Resistance DLC. Now, before we get into that, if you're new here, please subscribe to the channel. Check to make sure you are subscribed, because I know people get unsubscribed. And you can also hit that like button. It really helps the channel out. And also, the like button helps you out in that it tells YouTube, hey, show them more videos like this one. Not necessarily by me, but just, gaming, these are put up by categories of game of Hearts of Iron. Okay, so now that you've done that, checked on that, let's get into this. Last time I played Black Ice was quite some time ago, and I raged quit, to be quite honest with you. Now, before you think I hate Doruk and the boys, I don't, who made Black Ice. I do think a little bit they've gone off the rails. I still count them as buddies. They may hate my guts after my raging, but I don't know. The two issues that I had, one I could have corrected at the start of the series if I had known, was the trade distance that they reduced down for countries that don't share borders or ports. And it was specifically designed in Hearts of Iron to allow, well, sometimes, say Hungary to trade with Poland. I don't know if you know this, but there were various treaties going on at the time particularly one I know dealing with the Versailles treaties that guaranteed Czechoslovakia, they could use certain German ports and have extraterritoriality within those ports, and either used the river/canal system or rail systems into Czechoslovakia without the Germans being able to inspect whatever the cargo is, tax it, put any sort of embargoes on it. Sometime after 1936, I forget when. Hitler breaks that part of the Versailles. I say Versailles treaties because I don't know if it was the original signed Versailles Treaty. There's also the Americans, because America is not part of the Versailles Treaty. As far as I know, they signed the Saint-Germain Treaty, which is another palace. Versailles is sort of in the center of Paris. Saint-Germain's a bit more on the outskirts of Paris. The Saint-Germain Treaty with Germany or the Central Powers or whatever. And I think there are some other treaties going on, as they're forming Czechoslovakia and even forming Austria. So, but as part of all those treaty protocols, Hitler breaks that at some point and cancels their access. But so long as there was a neutral path, you should be able to trade from Romania to Germany for the oil. Excuse me. That is specifically what it is designed to do, as well as, like I say, Switzerland to be able to trade, say, with Belgium or whatever, some local trading abilities. They shortened it for reasons, they said. They may have said what the reasons are. I just don't remember them. I disagree with that. I could fix that. The other one, which, excuse me, I need to drink something here. Just starting to talk for the day. Okay. The other main reason I raged quit was over the effects that they had for invading the Soviet Union. Some of the problems, I will admit, were just me not upgrading infrastructure, but they had other modifiers going on that hit as soon as you went across the border here. Things that I might agree with entirely, not just partially, but entirely way out here, negative supply elements and whatnot that should make penetrating deep into the Soviet Union. And, like I say, I would agree entirely with those type of effects way out here. I don't agree. I 100% disagree here. Should they get progressively worse or just whatever? I don't, at the spectrum of distance, I don't know, but they overdid it. Now, I was going to be playing Germany until my friends said, you've been playing Germany way too much, play like Britain or something. So that's why we're playing as Britain. Now, I am not, excuse me, I really am sort of having a frog in my throat. Not so much that I'm coughing or need cough, but just want to speak. Well, Toy Jet is here. Say destroying is the key to containing German aggression. No, it isn't. Hello, Arno. Good to have you here. So, I don't know if that affects AI Germany versus the Soviet Union or not. I would love to know if that is effective there as well. But I figure what we're going to do is watch AI Germany fight AI Soviet Union while, of course, we're playing as Britain to do our best to maintain the British Empire. So that's sort of the long starting element of all this. So it has been, I don't know, have I ever played Black Ice Britain? I know I played Britain. Limited rearmament, 70 days. Some civilian factories. Okay. Reinforce the empire, colonial. I like reinforcing the empire, I think. Yeah, we're playing Churchill's. Steady as she goes. We'll have to look at some of these. Change course. Oh, no, we're not going to go black shirts. Now, I have learned that reinforce empire. Mediterranean bastion. That a lot, maybe even most, and correct me if I'm wrong, because I know we have a bunch of Hoi 4 players watching this, and you can comment below, or if you're in chat now, so one of the live things, chat. Most Hoi 4 players don't like playing World War II. Hey Arno, do you want to? Can you say anything? Would it show up if somebody says something? Because I should be streaming to Facebook as well. And I'm not getting any viewers to the best of my knowledge there, though I'll check afterwards. But I have that set up now. Thanks, Arno. Just see if there's a chat option there, or what. How's it look? So that most of you don't like playing World War II, which I find it interesting. There's a million World War IIs, not a whole lot that allows alt history like Hoi 4 does. Yeah, and I get that. And see, that's, you know, I enjoy Kaiserreich. You know, the game, the mod, whatever you want to call it. It's, you know, a massive reconversion of the whole thing. I enjoy that, but I guess I just love World War II, playing World War II. So the idea of, oh, we're going to, you know, go black shirts, and that isn't realistic. Now, I love, and I've collected a bunch of material on the black shirts, the BFU and whatnot, to have some flavor events for when playing as Britain, as well as collaborationist elements once Germany takes over. Well, hello, Daniele. I hope I'm pronouncing that reasonably right. Glad to have Italian viewers. Need more of them, actually. Although I work with a bunch of Italians, sort of, but they don't watch my channel much. So yeah, I want the, you know, flavor elements of the black shirts or collaborationists, but I don't want to play them. I don't want to play that because I want to play what is World War II. And I know Toy Jet just wants any game that you can invade. Not seeing you online on Facebook. Okay. Interesting. Let me. I just want to alt tab because I did it. It's for the gamer homepage. Let's just see what it goes here. Yeah, it says I'm live here, live for 14 minutes. Okay, let me enter a comment. Hi, YSELF. Is that? There we are. Hi, myself. There we go. I see it on the restream chat. Okay, cool. So we are there, but nobody's watching. Okay, well, whatever. Of course, however you wish to. Will you do an Italian campaign in Black Ice in future? Yes, I'm sure in future I will. I have done, I thought, a very nice campaign in Hearts of Iron 3 Black Ice. for Italy some time ago, obviously now, but it's up there if you want to watch that. I'm on the Gamer 1745 page. Not the app and one. They didn't believe Gamer 1745 was my real name. Well, I've been thinking about this. But okay, shadow scheme. No, let's reinforce empire. Let's set the conditions there. Okay, well, why doesn't this look like Hearts of Iron Black Ice? This isn't. Okay, guys, we're gonna have to. We're gonna exit. Your screen may be going black here. I was wondering if they had done much to the. No, I selected the mods. Manage playlist. Enabled. Black Ice historical immersion. They're just not done much for this. Okay, done. They're both enabled. Play. Oh, I'm not saying Black Ice here, but have they just not done work to... Ooh, wow. Have they just not done work? New game? We're going to come and look at Germany here. So if I come here and... This is the standard tech tree. What the hell? What the hell? What's going on? Things are going black in here. Yeah. Hey, drunken barbarian. Yeah, something's not right here. Okay, well. Yes, currently I have Black Ice Historical Immersion mod, version 5, yeah, V.5.00 enabled, and I have Black Ice Event GFX version 5.0.0 enabled. And those are the only two things I have enabled here. And you saw the splash screen. Huh? Hello, Knight Sergeant. How you doing? Mm-hmm. Let me remove one of these. So I have one mod enabled. Hello, Ari. Figure out how this thing is screwing up. Okay, this is like standard invasion loading. Okay, now this is without the graphics thing enabled. New game, scenario, Hitler. No, I haven't been playing this before just now. No, this is not. Hmm? Yeah, we are, but we're testing things. This isn't working right, Ari. I'm leaving there. Screen's going black. No, screen is still black. I know. Workshop. Okay. Is there BLACKICE? Hmm. I'm subscribed to this. Let me quickly come over here. This is the correct black ice, is it not, gentlemen? Hmm. Why are we crashing and burning already? Why is this? Not working for me? I'll show you guys. I have black ice and black ice enabled here. This is an old version thing that don't worry about. And that is it. I haven't had this problem before. Okay, 2 mods enabled. See, it says it right there. Now we're going to go to play. Yeah, that's an idea. Try another mod after this if this doesn't work. Coming up with, okay, well, this is a different loading splash screen here now. So maybe it's going to work now. Okay, single player. I just want to go into Germany first here, new game. Was getting this screen here before, but this will Okay, well, national focus behind bear friend. Let's come over here. This doesn't look like the right stuff. National focus. This is the standard national focus tree. Okay, well. Yeah, your screen's going black. Let me try reloading this. Okay, let's exit the game here. Let's go back to World of Blaze and see if that works. Yeah, there's just one little thing I want to check here. Right, okay. Let's go to mods, manage playlist, enable, and disable, I should say. World of Blaze. We're enabling World of Blaze. We're going to play World of Blaze. Well, this is the World of Blaze splash screen. Coming in here, I recognize that. So the splash screens for Black Ice are working. Single player, new game. Germany. And this is their map, which is different than the very different than the standard. Not that it's a problem, it's just different. Okay, I'm ready to play. And yeah, this is their tech tree stuff. So you had an idea, Harry? If the other mods work, I think I have an idea how to fix this. So if you have an idea of how to fix this, Swedish resistance, yeah. You know, Arno, it's getting too easy to prick Toyjet with the whole Swedish thing. You gotta be more creative. Come on, it's getting old. It's getting tired. So I don't know if you guys have any idea of what the hell's going on. I can show you that because I'm enabling the two mods that they're saying. It's been a long time since I played. But do I need to like revert back to an early? No, I don't, because it's law resistance. It's set up and made for law resistance, is it not? Yep, the focuses are here. That's, you know, the Rhineland 4-year plan. These are all the icons made by Uncharted that he did a really nice job on. At least anything new basically is his. And you know, I think they use some of the standard ones. There. So that is working just fine. Wow, this is turning out to be a very weird episode. If it ever gets... Anyway, I have seen that you unsubscribe from the mod in Steam and then you go to your mod folder and delete them. Okay. Okay, we will do that. I will do that. Okay, let's... Steam. That very well could be it. Okay, so we're going to come to workshop here. Yeah, okay. Most popular, most recent. Browse home. Subscribed items. There we go. Okay. Unsubscribe, unsubscribe. We've unsubscribed both of those. Going into, okay, Steam apps, workshop, content, okay, which, yeah, okay, right, okay, so it looks like they're gone from here. So let's go back in to library. I hate how they keep popping back out. Hearts of Iron 4, workshop. Black ice. Okay, we'll subscribe to that and come over to there and subscribe to that. Okay, we are now downloading items here. This may take a few minutes. Now downloading the second one. Right now it says 8 minutes because it's 400 megabytes and it's doing it not as fast as I'd like. Hey Atlas, how you doing? For me, Black Eye. I think maybe because I just subscribed and unsubscribed earlier. Well, I just subscribed earlier today, a few hours ago, and maybe it just didn't download things right. But it noticed the splash screens were working, so I don't know what was going on with all of that. Yeah, low resistance. We're 1/4, a little bit more download. It says, you know, the bar progressing is going a lot further, but maybe getting near half. Let's see. Black Ice. Yeah, here, update 1.5. I'll quickly click over and show you my screen here. You should see this No, that's right. Well, I don't know. Why isn't it showing that on Twitch? There we are. Yeah, okay. It was sort of locked. So yeah, you can see 5.1 there. Let me just go back to this. It's better to record the game than the screen I've found, so that's what I'm going to try to do. Okay. I can record the screen if I need to. Okay, here we are going back in. Mods, manage play set. Okay. Enabled, done. So stream. Oh, okay. Manage because it still has World of Blaze because I enabled that before. Disable that. Right. Done. 2 mods enabled. Play. Yeah, I got the latest version. So we're getting the splash screens, which we got before. Single player, new game. We're just going to check out, make sure that I know Germany's work is done on it. And no. Research, no. No, let's exit. Let's just hear what yeah, I have Husky version 1.9.3 and the checksum is BF. No, I have checksum here A7, A4. It's a slightly different checksum than Atlas is. I'm not quite sure, but I have the Husky version. That may be with that's maybe with the mods. Well, let's disable, done. Yeah. Yeah, my checksum is definitely. So wow. Let's end this misbegotten episode here. Why isn't it doing this? I don't know. I don't know. Technical difficulties. Clear the user directory button. Well, but it was showing the splash screens correctly. So I don't know. Check the clear user directory button. Not exactly sure which button you're talking about, though. Do we want to check out this? Yes, okay. NSYNC isn't a mod for me, you're saying? Yeah, I'll sort it out sometime, I'm sure by next week. So I just was playing with this early this morning. Probably can do a lot of unrealistic things when you start up, and you probably won't like it. Yeah, probably not. But at this point, Ari, it's more like this or I quit at the moment. Because I don't want to just play more World of Blaze. Don't want to start that over. D-Day, I don't know. Let's see what this is like. We're just going to see what this is like here. Okay. Hello, fellow armchair generals. This is Gamer 1745 here. And I've been having very weird technical difficulties, and Chad has been trying to help me out with black ice, and I don't know what was wrong. So I will work on that some other time. The splash screens were showing up, but the game wasn't. I may post that video just as like, what the hell's going on? Maybe somebody can figure it out for me. But we're going to take a look at NSYNC Ultimate Victory. I've been warned that this may not be the mod for me, so we will see. I have literally not played this before, but here we go. And I'm going to continue, of course. Okay, gentlemen. Do we start in a 1936? Start sort of like standard Hearts of Iron? I'm not really willing to start, you know, with the war sort of already lost or something. I don't know, do we want to try to replay World War One? Harry, who was previously typing, but not. Is it great? 43. Now, the war's lost by 43. And, okay, 1910, Drunken Barbarian saying, that's... I'm thinking, I guess right now, well, I guess, I don't know if 1918 is a good start date, but my thoughts either 1910, 1914, or 1936. Those are sort of the main choices. It's a classic mod and it's good fun to mess around with, but I think you will have a number of weird things that can happen. Me and Brett did a game a year or so back, and some of the focus events didn't follow through. But a little bit broken. Well, okay, well, since Drunken Barbarian is in 1910, we'll take a look at that. Okay, so yes, we're going to play as the German Empire. Welcome to the mod 1910. Welcome, my friend. How's your day going? Not so well so far, but maybe this will improve it. You have chosen the 1910 scenario, and it is the calm before the storm. Have fun. If you find any bugs, make sure you're okay. Let's get this show on the road. The Dervish state declared war on the United Kingdom. I think that is down here. The Whirling Dervishes, wherever that might be. Okay, Game Tweaks, NSYNC offers that. Currently you can pick from scripted peace deals, improve the game speed and difficulty, select or change your decisions. Bring the menu up, click. Well, I don't think I want to disable scripted peace deals. I don't know if enhanced game speed is needed. You should probably see that is more bad AI, but the Dervish state won't die. Game tweak options. Okay. Okay, these options are for the weak-minded. Or exhausted. Might want to get rid of this. Yeah, about where. So the balance reason we stand by that point. The problem proponent of player's choice. All nations in Germany's fact. Yeah. No one, I'm tired enough of. Everyone, no one out, all nations in Germany's fact, then no one else, I'm tired enough as it is. We'll get rid of that, I guess. Next page again. Set World War II ideas and ideologies. Let's see what this is. Oh, no, we didn't want to do that. Okay, no, okay, so we need to restart this. Let's go exit to menu, yes, okay. Wait. Okay, that was a mistake. Because we're not playing Kaiserreich with Nazi stuff. Right, okay. Next page. Okay, we'll just do the war, no one else. Okay, we're done. All right. Let's look at the national focus. It's diplomatic effort, political power, political effort, political power, power to the Kaiser, power to the military, home by Christmas, army effort, create an air force, a little early for an air force, industrial effort. We like industrial efforts. Anglo-German naval race, which is what was going on then. Okay, alternative diplomacy, Middle Africa plan, befriend Turkey. Equipment effort, research bonuses, trench warfare. Well, since we have presumably approximately 4 years until the assassination of Archduke Franz Ferdinand, we will do that. Okay, now let's look at our technologies. Okay, well, we have some. So we have Maxim machine guns, I guess, is what. Interesting, they're using the Russian 1910 model here and the MG08 model over here. Don't know how they get that in the thing, but okay. Just graphical, I know it's not real determinative. Well, let's come over here because everyone knows. Okay, early machine tools. We like machine tools, construction. Oh, it's ahead. That's a lot ahead of time. 2 years, 2 years. So that's way ahead of time. I get the trench warfare being ahead of time, but what? Okay. Automatic feed tabulator, basically a calculator of some sort. One thing I don't like about the tech modern is the demobilization, which hurts your progress. Okay, we'll do this. We always wanted to, if we're going to speed up anything early on, it's going to be research speed. Okay, so we have powered flight. Well, we have some early Fokkers and some tactical bombers already in existence. Fleet in being, indirect. These are mutually exclusive. We're going to look at, well, I guess, trade, interdiction, interdict, intervention. Submarine surface detection. Now, I think Germany was more of a fleet in being nation, but ended up doing the submarine thing. So let's start down that path. I think we have slots for that. This way. Okay. Loading by task. Needing by order. Organization. Recovery rate. Okay, I like organization better than recovery rate, I think. So we've got a ways before we get to tanks. Okay, early modern, early tank. Interesting. Well, 2 years, 2 years. It's almost a year. Probably be better to wait. We've got that. Let's get this going, and well, those are 1932, so no. These are all researched. Protected cruiser, which basically eventually becomes heavy cruisers for most. Yeah, well, obviously Drunken Barbarian mod developers are just coming up with images here, but you do see this. It says early machine tools. Now, I would argue Germany had machine tools at this time, but say Afghanistan doesn't. It just is a, or and being able to produce them themselves. Where, so I would say in 1910, a nation like Chile, Bolivia, Peru, probably Argentina, and probably Argentina and Brazil couldn't build early machine tools themselves from scratch. They could import them, but they couldn't build them. That's my estimation from various documentaries that I've watched and whatnot, where the United States, Britain, Germany, France, Belgium, Italy, and Austria, they could build the machine tools. So this is something I would have all the majors start with, because early machine tools would be the things making Mauser rifles in 1880. 1888. So that's a little, yeah, okay. So that the graphic is one thing, and that's why I'm not jumping up and down about like, oh, what, you go from 1910, SDKFZ 221s. No, of course not. They just mean some early primitive vehicles, and they've thrown in a German thing. So yeah, weapons are important. One thing about World War I, it's very much like real life, completely stalemate. That's fine. You would probably want a number of artillery. Yes, this mod has been around since you got released or some crazy early. So a lot of these things are just here to stay. Right. Okay. Artillery. Well, 1912. See, I just, I think if I were waiting a year to start producing this, I mean, to start researching this, will be faster. So I'm looking for things that won't take more than a year to research that I can just put into production. And so I'm a big advocate, sort of like what, going off of what Drunken Barbarian was saying, for the idea that some of these types of things that should already be started for, I mean, like probably improve. I would probably go with Germany and Britain and a few other nations with improved machine tools. Maybe early, well, Russia, I don't know. Japan, I don't, some start with some of these, and that just keeps a lot of the miners from just even sort of having anything. Okay. Yeah. Okay. We're really well ahead there. Okay. Infantry doctrine. We're doing that. Man, I need just one more tech here that is Victorian era experimental submarines. How long to get that? 500 days. Yeah. No. Well, I guess some researching. I guess we'll do MPs. That will fill that. Okay. Now. Well, let's look at our current. Do we not have any equipment here? I guess we have some equipment, but it's just all... Okay. Production. Basic infantry weapons. Well, we've got 42, so let's start that, and I will take Ares. Rations. Do we need to produce rations? How interesting. Okay. Don't know if we need to do bicycles. Yeah, I guess that's the 4 things that we need to do for ground. So let's up the artillery, up this. And, well, if we produce a lot of rations, I presume they will be savable. Okay, Kingdom of Portugal, United States of America, Russian Empire. Who are we not going to go to war with? Sweden. That sounds good. We're not going to go to war with Sweden. Uh-oh. Toyjet be mad. Construction. First thing you want to do is cut off Poland and encircle the Russians, right? Okay, so that'll get our dockyards. Well, as we have improved submarines, since we know the future, we'll start building improved submarines. No divisions and basic training. Well, we have no equipment really, so I don't want to do that. Let's speed this up a lot. The Dervishers' War. Insufficient resources. What do we need? We need more grain. Okay, so they do really sort of looking at having food in this. I might have put more grain into Dominion of Canada, but well, I'm going to live with a -1 grain, I think. Maybe we will come down to that and do another support equipment. Okay, industrial effort, that is good. Infrastructure, dockyard construction, airfield construction, Anglo-German naval race, purpose expansion, rebuilding the Navy, create an air force. I think maybe we wait on that. Okay, so we have free civilian factories, which is nice. You know, let's build a couple of more civilian factories. See if we can find a well-developed. There maybe. And down here. Okay, get a couple of those coming. All right.
Zuhören. Ausrücken. 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 Ausrücken.
Well. Albanian revolt. Okay. The Albanians don't want to stay parts of the Ottoman Empire.
Angetreten. Ausrücken.
You just come to there, you come to there.
Angetreten. Bereit zum Ausrücken. Ausrücken. Zuhören. Ausrücken. 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 Ausrücken.
Okay, I think you need end up at war with France. You should surprise attack through Belgium. Alright. Infrastructure effort, very good. We can look at decisions here. Okay. Nothing we really want to do now. We're going to do this civilian factory there. We can do something with our government and laws. Does it mean anything that they're grayed out, or are they just gray pictures? Probably just gray pictures, but I'm not sure. Maybe the game to go 40 with divisions. Okay, well, we can see that in a moment. Political power gain. Oh, Metternich. Right. Okay. We'll do a silent workhorse. Get the political power going up faster. Gray pictures. Yeah. Let's look at our. Okay, 30 combat width. Right. Okay, we're gonna probably wait a little bit here. But I'm not saying you're wrong. I'm just going, we need more stuff. It looks like at least more artillery. So I think I will wait on that. Okay, well, let's...
Zuhören! Ihre Befehle?
Now, of course, this is moving the troops to the borders.
Bereit zum Ausrücken!
Sort of was thought of the idea that we are starting the war. And yes, it's a little different that we have...
Ihre Befehle?
We're on this side of the Rhine River down here.
Ausrücken!
Is it just me, or is there some particular reason why they didn't do the historical orders of battle at the time? Meaning the proper size of the rather large German army? Because we're not coming from a defeated Germany, and I'm not even so much talking about, say, like the units that were, you know, reserve landwehr units or something that weren't meant to be ready to go on day one. But okay, pause. Ottoman Empire took 2 states. Capitulated aerial reconnaissance, very nice. Now we're in June. Yeah, I guess we will do that. Okay, wish this would pop up and pause. Military police. 306, so it would take a year right now if I started that. These are the later ones, okay. Well, I guess we have that. That isn't much of a difference. for 50% bonus. I'm going to wait a little bit before I start something else. It might be best for after you don't invade Belgium. Also, having played World War I a lot, this mod, because it is better World War I than the old World War I, you will probably need to bail out the Ottomans and protect your ports. You have a navy, but it's still going to be outnumbered by the British. Okay, good. Okay, I guess I'm just wondering why not to invade Belgium. What? No, Black Ice. We had hello login. We had technical difficulties with Black Ice, so I needed to change things here. Let's start another artillery because I want to be able to go with smaller increments. So no, this is NSEG. Well, right. Okay. Some of the stuff I played, no matter what you do, Britain comes into the game. If I don't go into Belgium, would that mean Britain not coming into the game? I'm just wondering, is there the field to attack? So you're just the main focus for you is more a narrow front. Porfirio Diaz hailed victor in Mexico. A little unsure, but they aren't part of the Entente yet, and it would be so the smaller front would be better. Okay, well.
Zuhören. Ausrücken. Ausrücken.
Let's look at our cavalry division. Support idea might be a good idea. Yeah, we'll do that. Let's start training up. Oh, I don't want to edit, I want to train. Why did I click the wrong place? Everything Schlieffen was full of shit. Okay. Automatic feed tabulator. Very good. That will help with the research. And ooh, that's wait. Oh, pause. I guess we might as well start with getting that going. On that research, I guess. It's different than this game. Real life. Okay. Well, yeah. South Africa gains independence. Hmm. Okay, construction effort. Very nice. Okay, so that... Okay, well, I guess on Ares' advice...
Zuhören! Ausrücken!
We'll form up units here soon. Okay. I don't know how I've been able to successfully do Schlieffen plan. Yeah, I'm not sure. I mean, Ares played this. I don't know beyond sort of what he's talking about. Montenegrin independence, nice. Okay, let's come down here with you. I'm leaving a small screen up along Belgium up there just in case somebody does something stupid. I don't know. Okay, we're stockpiling a fair amount of stuff. Now, let's see if we were to come over here and try more artillery to there. Okay, we have 1/3 of what is needed, but we need to increase, well, or move. Mortar brigade, mortar brigade. Okay. We will likely do a mass attack every day. They will grind your front harder than the Soviets did. Okay, well, we'll see how this goes. We'll just blame Area if everything goes wrong. What decisions do they think I should be doing? Well, just these. Yeah, nah. Okay, well, let's create a front here. Let's see what generals we have. Okay. Oh, well, one thing I have not been paying attention to, I just saw with Vorbeck, we have the whole Africa thing down here. Wow, yes, okay. Forgot all about that. I'm so used to just playing Germany up here. Okay, Interpret of Iberia. I mean, I don't know a lot of these names, quite honestly. Okay, I know, but he's a field marshal, so he's gonna be in charge. Okay, Hindenburg, another field marshal, yes. Ludendorff, who I don't know was a field marshal this early. Okay, let's see. I guess he's getting this front for that division. Let's put German Asia. Yes, I was even forgetting that. Not like we're going to hold out very long out here. Let's take a look at this. Yeah, that ain't going to hold long. There was a bit of a guerrilla war campaign fought here for a while, but I don't think it lasted very long. Togoland. Okay, so he's got a sort of we're going to give all of these units over here. They should have a camel corps to Vorbeck. Yes, he is a classic. And
Angetreten.
we're going to give him the cavalry command.
Befehle.
And that will allow us to have Hindenburg out here in the east.
Bereit. Angetreten. Befehle. Bereit zum Ausrücken.
There we go.
Achtung.
Now, well, let's
Ausrücken.
move one of you over that way. I'm hoping to do sort of a blitz down towards Austria down there. We have a little bit of reserve back here. Don't know what good that's going to be. Let's throw this under a different general. I'll put him over here.
Bereit.
Okay, dockyard construction, very good. Taking a Lusitania. Create an Air Force. Army effort. I don't want to just focus on war. Stephen rubric. Okay, that's after 1913 for that. Befriend Turkey. Fly the Dervish state. Don't know. Okay, well, let's do diplomatic effort. Get us a bunch of political power. 2 more naval factories, so we'll get them producing submarines. Death of Rama V, King Chula Longhorn of Siam, also known as Rama V, passed away. Okay.
Bereit?
Now, what okay, let's look at this ersatz division. Okay, that's basically a stupid occupation unit. Fine. Okay, that is a very small Jaeger division. Some Marines. Let's train one of these. And let's see about how much. Oh, we don't have a lot. Well, this isn't taking a lot, so fortunately. That's the biggest impact there. Oh, we don't have any of these. Okay. Okay, that's better. And let's train up one of these. Okay, the Marine Division, they may be presumably heading out via the Mountain Division. Well, we'll stick them down here in the traditional spot. We may send those guys overseas too. Okay, air duel doctrine, very nice. Okay, we're now in November 1910. Strategic bombing versus counter air. Yeah, I think we will do that, even though we don't yet have an air force. No, we should be building more. Military factories now. Material designer, artillery, modern. So, this was the time of the Metternich peace. Yes, Europe wasn't entirely peaceful. There was the there were some wars. this is going to be a brief lecture here. The Metternich Peace, as I'm calling it, is set up during the Concert of Europe. You see, they got all of these different musicians from all over Europe to go to a big concert. No, not at all. The Concert of Europe was a negotiation settlement conference, I guess you would call it. It was set up after Napoleon was defeated and sent off to the Isle of Elba, and they all decided to meet in Vienna to sort of figure out what the hell's going on, because you had Napoleon running around doing all kinds of stuff, reshaping Europe, and then you go, oh, well, Napoleon's, like, exiled to Elba. And so, is there going to be a Poland or not? Kind of thing, There was no Poland, and then Napoleon decided, yeah, there's going to be a Poland. And then, well, now that Napoleon's gone, is there still going to be a Poland? And is Illyria along this coastline? Is this going to be French territory over here that Napoleon, I guess, thought it was cool and decided to have part, literally part of France? Or not? Kind of thing, what's it gonna be? What's gonna be the Europe gonna look like? What do we do with this bit of territory over here? Because it sure the hell ain't Belgium yet, because it had been the Spanish Netherlands, and then when Spain goes Bourbon, well, because France sort of wins the war, but the War of Spanish Succession, wins the war, but promises, nope, we won't add it to France. I think this is during Maria Theresa's time, I think. Yeah, we won't add it to France because they didn't want a queen of Spain, to be the ruler. I'm getting probably some of this a little bit wrong, and I'm jumping back in history, but they didn't want, the Spaniards really didn't want Maria Theresa to be their queen, to be the actual ruler. So there was, the War of Spanish Succession. So this changed from being the Spanish Netherlands. They'd already lost the Protestant Netherlands up there where Arno lives, to then becoming the Habsburg, or sometimes Austrian Netherlands over here, and was such until, yes, the French Revolution moves in, before Napoleon is in power, when he's alive, of course. And did they annex some or all of it? I know they set up the Batavian Republic for when they move up and take over the Netherlands, the Protestant Netherlands, and of course the Prince of Orange flees. He was an idiot. I think that's the correct term, an idiot. And I mean somebody literally sort of like an idiot. Not a person with Down syndrome, as sometimes I'm talking like a real sort of idiot. But maybe that's just British propaganda about that particular Prince of Orange. So, they set up the Batavian Republic there, and, so the French, I think, directly take over Belgium, or what is today Belgium. But what's that going to be now that Napoleon is gone? Is that going to be France? Or is that going to be split between the Netherlands, and have reunite Protestant and Catholic Netherlands and the Flemish-speaking parts of Belgium, and give the French-speaking, the Wallonians, to France? What are you going to do with that? Well, the Flemish really didn't want to be ruled by the other Flemish to the north that were Protestant. And of course, England goes, well, hey, we need balancing effects here. We need balancing of power effects. So to some degree, as a friend of mine used to point out, that Belgium was just a creation of England, and it sort of was. I think he was overstating it, but yeah, that, so Belgium is created during this time period, and the Holy Roman Empire is, there's like the Confederation of the Rhine and various states and stuff set up during the Napoleonic era. So this concert of Europe, sort of run by Metternich in Vienna, sort of sets up the European boundaries, borders, whatnot, for the 19th century. And it holds fast mostly through the 19th century. Like I say, there are wars. This isn't a pure golden age of peace, but it is a rather peaceful era of almost 100 years for Europe. Figure, and during the Concert of Europe is going on, they're playing their music in Vienna. Napoleon shows back up from Elba and does the 100 Days. Back again for Napoleon Boogaloo #2, and of course that ends in Waterloo, and he surrenders to the English and gets carted off to St. Helena. Just for you don't know, St. Helena, I think, is this. Oh, that's a session. You can hardly tell the difference. There's St. Helena down there. Gets carted off down there and spends the rest of his life until he probably dies of arsenic poisoning, but that's another thing. Belgium belongs to the Dutch. Well, yes, wink, wink, yes. I don't know how long Belgium will stay as a country with its importing of a bunch of people from other parts of the world, though also the Dutch have been doing that too. I don't know what's going to happen with that, and so I don't know. But so you have mostly peaceful period. You have a very brief minimum sort of war, sort of over this little bit of territory here, that basically that pushes officially and fully out the Habsburgs out of German states here. Basically the Habsburgs, any sort of claim to these German states goes away. This is all being done under Bismarck, and then of course Bismarck gets, and I should look these things up before I start this kind of talk, but I was sort of bored with just playing peacetime here, so I wanted to talk about how this world gets set up. So it gets going with the Franco-Prussian War. Notice Franco, French, Prussia, and after the defeat and capturing of Paris, the German Empire is proclaimed at Versailles in the Hall of Mirrors, that there's a German Empire now, that because there hadn't been, you had gotten as the settlement to the Austro-Prussian War, that the Habsburg Kaiser is no longer involved with German affairs. So now we have a German Kaiser, because we didn't have one before. We just had the King of Prussia. So those are those wars. The sort of really sort of long dragged out siege is the big war there. Another war that's going on is Garibaldi's series of wars that are basically doing two things. They're uniting the Italian principalities and driving the Austrians, or the Habsburgs, I should say, out of Italy, all the Italian territories. And to the best of my knowledge, the territory as this shows here, and definitely up here, these are primarily German-speaking areas. Trieste, and this city probably is primarily German-speaking, but you get a lot of various other languages, including Italian, being spoken in this region here. So Garibaldi is unifying and driving out the Austrians. And for the most part, the wars are contained to just Italy during this time period. So it's not the old kind of, because, well, down here was a Bourbon kingdom that whenever it sort of got into war, either the French or the Spanish Bourbons, the monarchy would get involved. It was mainly keeping that out. Then, of course, just around this time period, well, going back to during just post the Napoleonic Wars, you have the Greek Liberation Wars and various other wars to push back the Ottoman Empire from controlling here. And so these are sort of contained local Balkan wars. But otherwise, for the most part, I mean, you do have the, in 1850s, you have the Crimean War, but that is a war between Russia and the Ottoman Empire. That, yes, the French and the British intervene down here, but it doesn't become a general war. So you do have these sort of sideshows of wars going on, but largely compared to and you may have well, but Gamer, you've period of peace, and you just mentioned a bunch of wars. Yeah, but you've got to realize prior to that, and sort of the big thing here is about every 10 to 20 years, you would have a major war in Europe that would Britain would generally be on one side, and France would generally be on the other side. The Prussians and the Austrians would generally be on opposite sides from each other. And so there was this sort of, literally every 10 or 20 years, because you have the 7 Years' War. Oh, well, okay, the 18th century. You have the wars going on in the 1740s. Early 1740s with the Battle of Fontenoy. I'm forgetting what that war was called. That happens then. That's a general war in Europe. Then you have the 7 Years' War in the 1750s. That is going on everywhere. The 7 Years' War is sort of thought to be the first war that really has global action, because there are battles happening out in India and further afield a bit out there, just minor things relatively speaking, but locally significant. So that's a 7 Years' War for 7 years, a war for 7 years in the 1750s. And then, yeah, because that's sort of somewhat exhausting, you got to wait till, what is it, 1778 or whatever, when the French get into the War of American Independence, that the Netherlands, France, and Spain are at war with Britain. And that war continues on well after Britain has recognized the independence of America. So they fight over the war, the independence of America, but they like the war so much they just keep fighting it. Even though the Americans like, hey, we're out, we're done, we got our independence. You guys are still fighting. Well, okay, go ahead. You can fight, but we're out. We're done. We're independent. We're fine. We're cool. And so, and which gets the Great Siege of Gibraltar is during that period as sort of the ultimate siege of Gibraltar, in which it was a Franco-Spanish army really trying to get Gibraltar, and that was a hell of a siege. And of course, Gibraltar holds out. Not a major land war in Europe, just because for that war, Britain doesn't have continental allies, often normally the Prussians, but doesn't have continental allies. And but there are a lot of battles fought out here for colonial possessions. These islands change hands a few times, major sea battles. And so you have that war, and that basically bankrupts France. And so France is doing incredibly badly. Can you conquer Peru? Hello, CC Pop. Well, we're we don't have the ability right now. We're Germany during 1910, so we'll get to conquering Peru sometime. Don't worry, but not this day, not today. Don't know why you particularly want Peru conquered, but someday we'll do it. Maybe I'll play another game. And so, how do we get on the subject again? I was busy doing things. Discord. We were talking about the peace of Europe, and then the French monarchy collapses in 1789, and you have the next outbreak of wars, the French Revolutionary and the Napoleonic War. So you have all these major wars going on in Europe. 19th century is basically peaceful. So right now we are in a peaceful era that is about ready to explode. That's how we got there. Why not conquer Peru why not conquer Peru? Well, it's a long ways off for Germany right now. Navy experience. Well, I think we're going to create an Air Force. We have limited conscription, advanced training, censored press, massive. You have to invade Cuba. Why invade Cuba? Civilian economy. Albanian revolt of 1911. Good luck, Albanians. Okay, all these guys they now want 200 for instead of that. Okay, well, we got 200 coming, so we've got 200. Refinery. Before the Americans do it, Imperial German plans for the invasion of the United States. We're going to stay away from Zimmerman telegrams, I think, and similar sorts of stuff. Well, let's take a look here. Yeah, we'll get more once we go to that. I see we can have a lot of political advisors in this game, so I think we will do a captain of industry. And this now becomes, well, just 200 still. Okay. Principality has capitulated. Man, they're not doing very well. Montenegro has its independence, but yeah. Okay, the Maderista revolution begins. That is Pancho Villa there, in the picture, the center of that. If you don't recognize Pancho Villa, they're fighting the no, what was the other group? Madero. Well, that should be the Moderistas. Oh, well, they've already won. Okay. Or something. Diaz surrenders power. Oh, yeah. Porfirio Diaz. Okay, we've created an air force. Maybe a little ahead of schedule. Not quite sure when they... Yes, but it gives us a little air experience. We could use the army. Well, we have decent army experience right now. Yeah, let's do dockyard effort. We could use subs. Weird things happen. I know I've said that, but it doesn't. But it does happen. Okay. I would train your men. Okay, if they haven't already been training. Yes, that's right. I normally don't train my units so much. Whatever. Well, let's put him under East Strike Command, and he can start training up his forces. And Vorbeck can train up his forces. We're getting a lot of cavalry divisions here, mostly because we don't have a lot of artillery. Let's look at artillery needs. Okay, well, let's train up four infantry divisions. We'll start them out over here. What would you say was the best plan Germany could have had to done in World War One? Well, the Schlieffen plan wasn't bad. Unfortunately, they weakened the right, which Schlieffen, on his dying bed or whatever, was don't weaken the right. And what do they do? Oh, they weaken the right. So, okay, I think that may be enough cavalry divisions here. So we're going to, well, we'll go to just one more set. Okay. Okay, yes, Principality has capitulated. I don't know if how do I put this? This is I guess we'll start that. Mass charge, okay. New guns are important. Well, right now we are up to date on weapons here. You're talking artillery, we already researching that. Yeah, we're doing the artillery. And infantry guns are fairly well up to date. You always, and I always have to, everyone needs to always remember, warfare is a political act. So, okay, these guys are trained. Everybody trained. Yes, everybody's trained. So, stop training. Stop training.
Befehle?
Stop training. Stop training. Okay, so we're trained. And so guns and battle matter, but Italo-Turkish war begins. Okay, they're going after primarily Libya. German military mission to Turkey. Very good. So that you can have it's not just like how many troops you have, how many tanks you have, how many aircraft you have. You can have political collapses, like I would say one happened in France in 1940. So there's always there's possibilities for the Confederacy to win in the American Civil War. But if it's a long, drawn-out strategic struggle, the Confederacy will always lose in the Civil War. It's just so there's a few brief opportunities they had to win, and that would have changed things. But either in the like for the Confederacy, either in the very earliest days, just after First Manassas, or Lincoln losing the election, and whatever battle or battles that had the Union Army lost at that time, that probably would have had Lincoln losing the election. We don't know that he would have lost the election had the battles gone the other way, but there's good reason to suppose they would. So if Lincoln loses, the Confederacy can win. But if Lincoln can stay in office and push the war, the North is always going to win. So we have the situation with Russia and the Bolshevik Revolution. Could we have had a revolution in France? Well, you did have a massive revolt by the French troops that refused for a few months to attack. Because they just thought their lives were being wasted, and I don't have the details on that. But you could have the collapse of France in World War I. So there's a lot of new machine guns matter. Hello, Spiraling. In OCB, after World War II, a group of Allied leaders did a simulation. They concluded that if the right wing was kept at its original strength, the chance of the Germans succeeding increased from, but not certain. Don't know much about that, and I don't know the right wing was kept original strength. How you're talking with World War II? I'm not understanding that, OCB. More explanation if you want me to understand. You can get hand grenades. That's a good idea. So next research time we will do so. Yeah, I'm going to produce a few more of these civilian factories, I think. Yeah, they're not as fast to build in slower area, but a little bit more secure, maybe. Yes, absolutely. OCB, that's what I was saying. The Schlieffen plan itself was not a bad plan. The biggest problem with the Schlieffen plan, yes, and I do very much agree about not the weaker version that they did. Keep the right strong and keep it focused and not put too many forces in the east would have been better. The other big problem with the Schlieffen plan is because the Belgians resist, it slows it up, but even more important, not just because they resist, because of damage to the railway system that I understand happened, as well as not as effectively being able to use railway from Germany into Belgium around, that slowed up the supply system for it. was a real thing for slowing the Schlieffen plan up. Schlieffen plan does depend upon speed of action. These are just easier to research now. Okay, let's look here. We do have, okay, yeah, grenades, well, it's still a lot early for that, but we can probably, yeah, that's just way ahead. Machine guns, we'll get to these machine guns. Yeah, we'll do this. So like I say, warfare is a political action. And if you get to the point that you are really pushing into Paris, you probably have France politically collapsing, even if not militarily collapsing. I don't know a lot about the app. I mean, I know what's going on. I know the Armenians had sort of been in the stronger position. The Armenians have been building up petrodollars and getting other supports. They built up their armaments. I don't think the Armenians had been building it up, but they had been refusing because they had been the victors over the negotiations. And quite honestly, I don't know how it's. I know it's being fought now. I know it was some of the early Azerbaijan attacks were effective. My understanding. Yeah, I don't know. I really, quite honestly, with sort of all that's been going on, have not been following it like I normally might for a nice new little war like that. Okay, von Mackensen has a bunch of divisions getting ready to do sort of a pincer movement down towards Austria from here. May not be strong enough, but there are divisions. Now, no, we can upgrade our artillery, that's right, yes. And this artillery, yes, I know it's going to push way back, but we might as well get it up going now, even though we do need just more numbers. Well, I don't know. How many of you guys know mercenaries? And I don't just mean, I mean, a lot of modern day contractors you could probably call mercenaries, but they're not the same thing. Because a lot of contractors are heavily armed security personnel. Meaning they're operating, let's just, when the U.S. was heavily, I mean, we still have the green zone, but that's about it, I think, in Baghdad, or well, it's in Baghdad, but in Iraq today. But when the U.S. was, say, occupying most of Iraq, most of the contractors were just like security guards. Now, they were combat zone security guards, and they were real soldiers, but they're just sort of like had to protect a convoy. What happens when you're like a mercenary coming to a little country like this? What side are you on? Is it going to collapse? Is it competent? So where the old mercenary type things, bit different. And I have known some of the classic mercenaries. And I'm not going to start mentioning names now, but I have known some of them, talked to them about it. And things can go to hell very fast. So I don't know, meaning you or your little crew may be doing great, but the rest of the world collapsing around you. So I don't know. It's not quite maybe what you're thinking, perfect little war. for a merc. I don't think we're going to try to do strategic bombing. I think we'll do the fighters, aviation, air doctrine. We're doing that pretty good. Dockyard construction, speed, armament. Let's look over army effort here. Political power. What does this do? I want to see what this does. So let's do this. More artillery.
Bereit!
We'll give them to Vorbeck. And we're going to reinforce our Qingdao garrison. Come on. Don't you know how to get over there? Oh, we need to move you from here to there, maybe? Let's see if this will get you there. And yeah, there we go. Okay. There we go. And we'll also put these Marines under Vorbeck. Yeah, civil wars. Well, if you consider that a civil war, I don't know. I see that more as a war of a war of Russian aggression using proxies. Yes, some of the people are people that were living in the Ukraine, probably born in the Ukraine, but were Russian in other aspects. As opposed to a general Ukrainian civil war, not necessarily specifically like North and South, East and West Ukraine, but just could be right versus left Ukrainians having a war out, which there was a sort of brief sort of revolution, and that does get nasty to get in. Okay, we have a lot of command power, so let's look and see what we can do with this.
Zuhören!
Let's see what we can do here.
Zuhören!
Jungle rat, very nice. Commando, skirmisher, paratroop. Definitely not paratrooper. Yeah, we'll do that. Battleship Liberté explodes. Friendship Liberté, pre-dreadnought battleship, has suffered an accidental explosion today, September 11, 1911. One of her forward ammunition magazines. Okay. Okay, well, we now have a fair amount of artillery. Let's see about adding. There we go. Additional we'll need to fulfill. Okay. Now that's a 36 division. Bicycle battalion. Well, we're not building bikes, though we could, of course. Well, what's a Strasstruppen division? Okay, well, there's a 30 combat with very little artillery. Okay, well, that's in a Schutzen. This is the colonial division, yes. Let's train up one of these here. Let's train up 3 of these and put them over here. Operation. Yes, it is. What I think we're going to do is, let's look at this here briefly. Yeah, I think we're going to send you out to Vorbeck in Africa. Republic of China declared war on the Great Queen. So the Chinese Civil War has basically begun. Wuhan. Hey, I don't know if any of you guys heard of something like in Wuhan, heard about Wuhan recently? Okay, so we're 1911. We have both of these 500, 440, 440. That's an awful lot of time in advance. 1,000 days. That'll take a year, but I guess so. Compared to some of the others. Well, good to hear, OCB, that it was negative. Sorry that you had a fever, but good to hear it was just some more normal reason for fever, I guess. Hopefully nothing serious, but yeah. Now the question is as well, I don't know how, with everyone social distancing, how are you getting the regular flu? You know, that's a serious question too, you know. Oh, maybe we just pushed hard on one of these techs, I guess, now. Even though it's well in advance. Well, very good. Barry gets to go to school. So he won't be completely ignorant. Just the normal American ignorant, not completely. I know that we need tank designers. Okay, aircraft. Volker, heavy fighter. Is there any difference between these two? Albatross and Volker? This one, yeah, strategic bombing. Yeah. Railway guns. I don't know that railway guns are in this. Not that I know of. I could have missed something. I'm new to this. I don't think railway guns are here. Oh, here. Oh, here. Okay, yes. But that's 1918 and way too advanced there. That's why Arno is suggesting it. Okay. This. Okay, colonial defense in East Africa. We built several defensive structures across Germany, East Africa. In the event of war, our colonies should be properly defended. Okay. The Agadir crisis? Don't know anything about that. Is bypass. We can't do that until later, of course. Colonial defense. Southwest Africa, colonial defense. Cameroon. Let's come back over here. Okay, so now we can defend better in some places over here. No, I didn't want to click the unit. I wanted to click the province. Okay, so they're trench levels in some of these places. So basically here. No, I didn't. I never. I guess somehow this thinks I'm clicking the giant stupid man there. So you're going to get some reinforcements of some mountain troops. Tanganyika does have some quite big mountains, and just north up here is Kilimanjaro is more in Kenya, I think, here, but yeah. It does actually have snow. I think the only place that has snow in Africa routinely. French Republic has sent substantial forces to the interior of Morocco today. However, German, whilst not objecting to France's expansion, has called for territorial compensation for Germany, threatening war and settling the gunboat over it. This has stirred up many angry German nationalists. Okay. Nothing too serious. That I think is over what is going on here. There was a bit of a thing.
Bereit zum Ausrücken.
Tibet declared war on the Great Queen. Okay. Well, vision training time reduced. Fleet, okay, naval experience. Like administrative genius, he seems very good. So much more. Okay, let's do administrative genius. He will help with factory construction speed here. I think we are building. Let's take a quick look. Yeah, a few more civilian factories here. Let's add a few more. No, civilian. No, 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 no. Sweden's too great of a place to want to invade. We just want to admire it. The perfection of Nordic society is Sweden. You know, really, Toyjet, he's doing well. Now, Sweden's doing. Sweden, of course, is been committing suicide. So I don't know why you're that worried about Sweden in comparison. Yeah, I know, and we're sort of teasing. Yeah, I know. Sweden has been importing all kinds of lunatics and nut jobs and whatnot. Okay, we're building up our artillery. Okay, we got hand grenades. Stop. Tibet has capitulated. Man, that was a short-lived war. Wow. Okay. Yeah, let's do this. They pop big like that. Notice they're wearing stall helms on the horses. They're not in World War II uniforms. Okay, let's.
Angetreten. Achtung. Bereit zum Ausrücken. Ausrücken!
Oh, do we need to produce those now? Probably. Nope, they're just regular infantry equipment. We have that. Okay. Let's research rank warfare. Okay, we're gonna not the live stream, but we're gonna end the episode here. I want to thank you all for watching. Thanks for liking the videos. Hopefully this will be an interesting look at NSEG. We'll see how far we get in it. No promises at this point that it's like going to be complete or anything, but we're just looking to see how this mod is functioning and looking. See you next time for more Hearts of Iron. Yes, let's just make a save. We're going to continue. Don't worry, everybody. No need to go anywhere unless you have something you want to do. Okay. And see, sure, LP. We know which one this is when we want to come back to it. So gamer for the first two, what do you think? Well, so far it's fine. We just have the... Okay, well, I'll make another episode and talk about that. Might as well. Welcome back, fellow armchair generals. This is Gamer 1745, and we are looking at the NSEG mod, the 1910 start for Hearts of Iron 4. But before we do that, if you haven't already, please subscribe to the channel and, of course, like the videos and post comments below. I was just asked by Ari, what do I think about the first 2 years of the game? Fine. The techs seem fine. You know, little minor. I do really think things like some of these should be starting techs for a nation like Germany. It might very well mean pushing things that are, you know, many years in advance just because you might as well. I do think these doctrines not having a year date, particularly when we're like looking here, we're going to be down into here before the war starts, might be a little bit of a bad organization for the what's going on in the world yet. The Chinese Revolution, which I did think started in 1910, the Republic of China versus the Queen Imperial China. Other minor stuff going on. I think Italy maybe was a little quicker in taking this, but there was a protracted guerrilla movement against Italian occupation there for sure. So far so good. Don't know why we get that weird sort of popping super horse to normal size horse there. No, this is NSEG. We had technical difficulties with Black Ice, so we needed to change it. Sorry. Sky for just. Well, gamer, I will say that the infantry doctrines don't finish it, as in don't do the light bulb. You get rid of a lot of the entrenchment and likes. It can make it the war harder for you. So it does have sort of a anti-World War II doctrine if you were in World War One because it would hurt you during the war. Sort of understanding those statements. Well, yeah, I figured getting down here to the World War II type stuff would be there. I don't know. This seems very focused on defense, which is fine. We were still just in 1912. I have played the Great War mod. It's been a while. There is a series on the channel if you want to watch it sometime. I, know the guys a little bit who created. They're working on their own game version thing now, right? My understanding still. More than just a mod. Okay, so we have our Ostafrika Schutztruppen here. Let's move you. Oh, we need to come under Rorpack. There we go. Yeah, I know the mountain troopers may be here, but they're better defense in the holding the port. Yeah, well, Well, 400 days, construction speed. Yeah, we'll just do that. I like the Great War mod. These are these, okay, well, construction effort. Let's, since he's maxed out. Direct approach. That's an interesting idea. Hadn't even thought of that. Yeah, I don't think yet, Arno. Let's wait till at least 1913. Because we want to build up our industry before then. Okay. Yeah, let's grab one more. Civilian factory before we shift back over. But it's a good idea. It just, I'm going with the basic presumption that the Archduke doesn't get assassinated until 1914, and then we'll have a bit of time from their early infantry equipment. I wish this would pop up and pause. Okay, yeah, this is the the picture here is the Russian 1910 Maxim machine gun. This here is the later weapon that they're using is the German MG08, so it's the 1908, 2 years earlier, German Maxim machine gun. So just sort of interesting. Oh, we could do division training time, civilian factory, captain of industry. I think we have enough that focus on civilian industry production. Okay, so let's look at yes, training time will be no, not based on the Schwarzschluss. Schwarzschluss is after the Maxim. Rebuilding the Navy. Is this a bug or just lack of stuff? Okay, probably lack of stuff there. Oh yeah, no, it's the main competitor for the Maxim gun was the Nordenfelt gun. So, because the Maxim gun goes back to the, I think the 1880s. I think it's 1888. The early Maxims. Now it's just like nations like Britain. Oh, we're buying 30 of these or 130 or something like that. They're not like producing a lot or cranking them out and sending them out to the colonies. You can look at Rudyard Kipling's poem about the Maxim gun. And so no need to be sorry. Yeah, no, the Maxim is the classic, and the Nordenfelt. If you guys don't know, it can be built in multiple configurations, but it's a series of barrels, horizontally out there, like 4, 6, 8 barrels, something like that. And you have a hand lever that fires, and then you crank it, you fire it, and so every time you crank it, you have to hand move it to fire a volley of bullets out there. So it like fires 8 shots at once. You crank it, fires another 8 shots, crank, boom. So as fast as you can crank the thing back and forth to load and unload the Nordenfelt. Yeah, the Nordenfelt gun. The biggest advantage of my understanding of the Nordenfelt gun, it didn't jam as much as the earlier Gatling gun that you're probably more familiar with, from the American inventor Gatling. That was a rotating barrel system that would jam up. Its feed was the biggest problem with it, I think. And it was Maxim who comes up with the truly mechanical loading setup of the Maxim gun that just outdoes everything else. He came to Europe to invent things and talked to somebody and said, hey, the best thing you can do is invent something for these Europeans to kill each other faster with. So he creates the Maxim gun so the Europeans can kill each other faster with. Yeah, we'll do some of this. Just get this out of the way. Don't know much about the Schwarzschluss development. Obviously, it's primarily used in Austria or Austro-Hungarian Empire. Other nations do adopt it, I know. It's not a bad gun as far as I know, but it's definitely a bit of a later development. Now you have, okay, Kingdom of Italy joins the Balkan League. Okay, there's, yeah, the 1912 wars or whatever are happening here now. Let's slow this down just a bit. Treaty signed, okay. Oh, interesting. Okay. Where was I at? I forget. Oh, well. Something about Maxim Nordenfeld's.
Achtung!
Okay, you're going to be stationed here in the east. Yes, let's put you up here to be the sort of hammer hitting on the Russians.
Bereit zum Ausrücken.
Dutch used them in 1940. They were still very effective, shooting more than rounds without having chain barrels, and even the Germans used them because they were still reliable. Yeah. Well, the Dutch. Sorry, the Dutch were used their World War One or their pre-World War One equipment for World War Two. Just watched a 3-part, each approximately hour, on the Belgian rifles. Stuff done by CN Arsenal. Very good documentaries on their use. And so, yeah, the Belgian army was using entirely outdated equipment for World War II, but that doesn't make it ineffective. Their bullets were, the pre-World War I style bottlenose bullets that weren't so great, but they worked. Their machine guns were the Schwarzlose that works. Germany, when they get there, most of the a lot, I would say, of the Schwarzlose that Germany gets a hold of from Austria and whatnot in the Balkans, they rechambered into the German caliber. It's a decent machine gun setup. To the best of my knowledge, it's not nearly as good. It's not as good as the Maxim. It's just different. The Maxim and the Schwarzlose, their biggest problems is they're heavy. They're heavy. And so they're not, good on a flexible battlefield. Democratic candidate Woodrow Wilson has won a sweeping victory across the United States today. An electoral victory of that William Howard Taft, who is running for re-election, however, only managed to win 8 electoral votes, being third after Roosevelt, who won 88 electoral votes. Okay, let's give a little bit of a history lesson. Yes, water-cooled barrels is part of it, not the entirety of the weight problems for the Schwarzlose and the Maxim. Okay, we had Woodrow Wilson, current hero of the current Democratic Party. Lots of schools are named after him, especially a lot of schools that black children go to. And so he is and what he is the first real progressive Democrat president that I know of. And so you have in here, you have Taft, who loses terribly here. Taft is a liberty-minded capitalist type traditional Republican. And his two opponents, one being Wilson, the other being a former Republican president, Theodore Roosevelt. Don't know, there's maybe somebody around here who's heard of Theodore Roosevelt, but he may have split out of here. I don't know if he's still around. Theodore Roosevelt was also a progressive. He starts the progressive movement sort of at the top end, if you will, the first progressive president. But he's a Republican, perhaps, so he's here still around. So Theodore Roosevelt is a progressive as well. So Wilson and Roosevelt are both progressives, one a Republican, one a Democrat. I think, well, there's definitely differences between Roosevelt and Wilson. Wilson has much more dictatorial instincts and really wants to push progressivism very hard. Think of progressivism as, a slower progressives. I mean, we all talk about progress. I mean, they capture a word that, progress. We're making progress. Like on our journey from here to here, we're making progress. We're making progress on building the road. We're making progress on updating our technology. Progress sounds good. But the progressives are specifically set up as a alternate way to communism. Marx believed in class conflict and revolution. So in Marxism, you have, the saying, the bourgeoisie will sell the rope to hang themselves, that will be used to hang them with. You see in Marxist revolutionary thought that you will have the proletariat, the working masses, rise up out of the factories and overthrow the current establishment. That's Marxist clear thought. The progressive goes, that would be really bad. Whether they believe in that Marx is right in that is the future, Marx is a historian who badly misreads history, badly understands history. And when I say understands, doesn't mean that he doesn't he may be able to rattle off place names, war dates, who's in charge when better than I can. I'm not saying that, but he doesn't understand humanity and why people do things. So he doesn't understand history. He sees everything, basically everything, through the economic lens. And that, I mean, he understands there's other motivations. That's why he says religion is the opium of the masses. He doesn't believe in religion. Now, of course, he's spreading his own religion of Marxism, but he means the belief in God and rewards in the hereafter as opposed to rewards here and now. His religion is rewards here and now, not like you get to suffer in this life to go into heaven in the next. It's, hey, this life should be wonderful now. Okay, so whether the progressives think Marx is wrong or just think Marx, that would be bad. So instead of keep going as we are and then having that revolution that Marx predicts is going to happen, they may believe that that's going to happen. But instead of doing that, what if we progressively start moving towards socialism, which that's sort of Marx's communist socialism kind of thing. If we start progressively going towards it, make progress towards communism. And progressives, and a lot of people will go, oh, progressives aren't communists, meaning they're not necessarily Marxists. And I would agree. that progressives don't believe in the ultimate equality that Marxism champions, in the sense that they don't think that everyone needs to have the same size of apartment. We're going to have apartment model 1A, and if you are the well, maybe if you're living in the presidential palace, you get better. But if you're the former president, when your term comes up, you know, you get you're appointed, let's say, for 4 years in the Soviet system of whatever. After your 4 years are up, you go back to living the same size of the apartment as the factory worker living next to you. That's the ideal of Marxism, as everybody is equal. You know, it's the same size of apartment. Everybody does. Everybody gets, if you're a farmer, well, either you are working on a big Soviet factory farm, or you each have the exact same size or quality, because sometimes land quality varies, but the same quality of farm as every other farmer. No farmer gets to have a bigger farm. No farmer gets to have a smaller farm. If one farm has a tractor, all farms have a tractor. If all farms can't have a tractor, well, then we'll have a government tractor that gets loaned out to the different farms as can be. You know, no one is above anyone else economically in communism. That is the ideal. Hey, Scooter, good to have you here. So that is the ideal of communism. And I don't think you can correct me because I'm not wrong. That's the ideal. Notice I'm saying ideal, not what's ever been in practice. They believe in the idea of equality, everything equally fair. Now, of course, to me, that is a horrid idea. That is an evil idea. Now, the idea that not wanting people to starve, oh yeah, that's a good idea, you know. But once you have basic living conditions that we consider good for people in your country, then I don't care if somebody has $25 billion and 20 private jets. I don't care, so long as people are reasonably well taken care of. I don't care what the top looks like or what the middle class looks like. You know, you may be poor, but if you're living a decent quality of life. Now, of course, there are places in the world people aren't living decent qualities of life. Absolutely. And some of them are in communist systems like North Korea or China or Vietnam. And see how well that's worked out for them, and compare communist China to Taiwan. Things are better in Taiwan for the average person, the average poor person, shall we say. The average poor person, things are better in Singapore and Taiwan than they are in China. So that's that. Now, the progressives, I don't think most progressives truly believe that communism of pure equality is either the goal or a good thing. But they do believe in socialism, and they do believe in the common ownership of the means of production held collectively. So meaning the factories, or meaning the microphone that I have here doesn't belong to me, because this microphone I have here is a means of producing this video. And so this can't belong to me because this microphone is the means of production. That's what they say. They say the means of production needs to be held collectively. I can't own this microphone. Now, I could own this microphone if I was just making Zoom calls to you, but since I'm making videos with it, it is a means of production. This is where part of their ideology just falls completely apart, because they want to think of it because they saw it. Marx saw it in the 19th century, and they saw the means of production as some big super factory that we can't own. Where in the 18th century, most production is happening locally at a blacksmith, or a wagon coachmaker making one wagon at a time. So somebody else could easily get enough saws and wood and chisels and whatnot and start making the wagons themselves or whatever. The means of production were easier for people to obtain as they saw it compared to the 19th century. that very few people could just decide to build a big factory. But where are the means of production? But progressives still believe that the means of production belong collectively to the community. But I would say because progressivism is an elitist ideology, well, but he is a progressive. And I don't know that progressivism in the 1900s is vastly different than current ones either, because they're pretty damn radical back then. I mean, Woodrow Wilson is one of the most radical presidents America's ever had. And that includes FDR and Barack Obama. He is up there with them. But no, Theodore doesn't go as extreme as Wilson. But is that because he thinks Wilson is going too fast? Or he just doesn't go as far as Wilson? I don't know. And I have not read all of, because Theodore Roosevelt was a prolific writer. I've not read his works. I don't know if you have either, Ari. But there's a lot to Roosevelt, and I don't know. I mean, I know a lot about Roosevelt, but I don't know Roosevelt in detail. So, but I do understand the progressives. So the progressives, again, as an elitist movement. So they believe that they're going to, in this new world, generations from now, from 1910 or 1912 or whatever date you want to look at, that they and whoever else will be elites, and they'll still get to be elites, not super rich elites, in that they live in because this is before income tax happens. Income tax comes in under Woodrow Wilson. So you have these like Andrew Carnegie and other super rich Americans. No, they don't. It's not like that. You don't get to be that kind of wealthy, but you get to be more wealthy than the average person. You get to be better off than the average person if you're an elite under the progressive system. But they definitely believe in the collective ownership of the means of production. So the factory manager, because it's owned by the government, will have a nicer home, while his workers will live in an okay apartment. That's what they believe is an eventuality, not the reality of the day, but where they want to progress to. So it isn't quite the exact leveling of Marxism, but it is definitely a socialist, communistical vision. And Theodore Roosevelt holds this viewpoint. Theodore Roosevelt is a progressive. Again, I'm not sure if he goes as far as Wilson goes, but he definitely doesn't go want to go as fast as Wilson goes. Makes a lot of citizens lazy. Why try? No reason to. Absolutely, Scooter. No, communism is an evil philosophy. I keep running into people. Well, we all agree it would be best if everything was equal and fair, if that was even possible. No, it's bad, because as Scooter is saying about is, you want to, well, if I work harder, smarter, a little bit better, do something a little bit better, I can have a nicer bicycle in Denmark than the other people, because we only get to have bicycles in Denmark because we're Denmark, or the Netherlands, or wherever that, they want to ban automobiles and just have bicycles. But I get to have a nicer bike than somebody else. That's the idea, that competitiveness, of the ability to get ahead without permission of, well, would you please approve my new patent, or my new local bakery, or my new local bicycle production design, or my new whatever. I have to go to some, because the progressives want to have everything administrative. Wilson very much puts into America the administrative state that we still have. They want to have, you need a license for that from the government. Whatever that is, you need a license for it, kind of thing. And so you need to get permission from the government to do whatever. Where a non-progressive believes, hey, do what you want. Now, they agree with with something like Roosevelt is putting into place before Wilson comes in, is like truth in advertising laws. You can't say that this thing cures baldness. Pour this on your head, it's going to cure baldness if it doesn't cure baldness. You can't do false advertising. Because there used to be what they call, in America, I know some of you might not be familiar, snake oil. And it was just sort of a bunch of random ingredients, often with an alcoholic base, that people would go around and claim would cure things, make you stronger, better, whatever. You drink this, you'll get better. Snake oil salesman. And you can look at this time period of all kinds of different machinery, all kinds of different drugs that claim to do all kinds of stuff for you. Well, they start putting in, truth in advertising laws and things like that, it was pretty bad then, and society's developing. You need things like that to happen, so that you have, some levels of regulation. But you don't need to get permission from the government to make a new bicycle. Something like that. Now, we do have, in modern world, safety standards for automobiles. So when they smash into each other, we know there at least some level of safety standards. You may everybody still dies, depending on the speed of the accident and the situation, but maybe not, because there's some level of, snake oil, absolutely. Yeah, everything from A to Z, absolutely. Yeah, well, maybe. You see, Roosevelt wasn't an evil guy at heart, as far as I know. Unlike Wilson, I've gone down the rabbit hole. Anybody who's watching, and the rest of this episode, not the live stream, but the rest of this episode is going down this rabbit hole. We'll get to the evils of Wilson. No, he wasn't. Theodore Roosevelt wasn't bad, but what he does is he brings progressivism, particularly into the Republican Party, where it is still going on in the Republican Party. And a lot of the people who are anti-Trump in the Republican Party are progressive Republicans, often called nowadays neocons. But that's another story. And so it's more, not so much, Theodore Roosevelt and his than his trust busting, meaning also his, monopoly busting kind of thing. That's good. Now, he's doing it for the wrong reasons, I think. He's doing it for progressive reasons, I think. Again, I'm not the best expert on Roosevelt. I mean, I've read about him, watched biographies on him on television and whatnot, but not the best expert on him. But if you're like me that believes in free markets, they need to, one element needs to be, free. So you can't have monopolies, whether government monopolies or private monopolies. If you have only one person owning all the railroads, whether across your nation or just in one area, or only one automobile manufacturer exists, that's a monopoly. That is bad. You need competitiveness to have a free market. That has to be there. So, yeah, a lot of what Roosevelt does do is good, but he opens the door to Wilson. Okay, so Wilson is a historian who actually writes. He's a historian, and he actually writes that it is bad to look at original source material. It is better to just look at other people's writings about history and then write your own things about the history. So he wants to rewrite history. He doesn't want to care about original source material. Wilson is also like I did say, there's schools, high schools, junior high schools, Wilson institutes around that are mostly all Democratic institutions, but Wilson is a big supporter of the Ku Klux Klan and racism, or anti-black, shall we say. I don't know what he thought about Asian people or some other group of people, but he is firmly believes in racism. The United States Armed Forces by this time have been desegregated. Now, I don't think there are many people going to West Point or Annapolis that are black. I don't know if there were or weren't. But yeah, most of it was still a white officer class. But the armed forces had been desegregated. Until Wilson gets back in and segregates them, that you don't have desegregation in the armed forces until the Korean War because of Wilson segregation policies. So one of the major differences between Roosevelt and Wilson, Roosevelt is for desegregation and racial equality before the law, not equality like in everybody gets the same amount of stuff, just equality before the law. Against Roosevelt is against the idea of Jim Crow laws in the South. Roosevelt trumpets the Jim Crow laws of the South. So they're both progressive. One is a racist progressive. One is a non-racist progressive. That is some of their major differences. Now, Roosevelt is a very strong American nationalist. Wilson is not. Wilson is an internationalist. So you sort of get the idea here that this was a competition between two progressive movements. If you will, fast progressiveness under Wilson, slow progression under Roosevelt. And so, as well as racism and other things. Taft represents the sort of traditional American, that of Lincoln, that of very, what we would probably call libertarian today. Probably some of the falling down of Taft, and I don't know specifically, but maybe his allowance of big business to be overly controlled of things. And there was a lot of popularity. There was massive hatred against the railroads in America. Railroads were seen as, because everybody interacts with railroads in some way or another, where they don't all interact with say mining concerns somewhere or whatever, but to get your goods moved around, if you're a small business, need to do it on the railroads. You need to move anywhere significant, you need to go on the railroads. The railroad wants to come through your property, they're coming through your property if you're a landowner. They don't care. They're going to find a way to get your land. They're going to get the government to condemn it, to give it to them if you don't sell it to them. They're going to do whatever they can. They're coming through their property. Now, maybe you can sell because it's easier for them to, depending on the railroad company or whatever, but it's often maybe easier for them to buy your land at an inflated price than it is to go through other means to get your land. So you do have a chance to make some money if the railroad's coming through, if you want to sell your land, but they're coming through. And so everybody hates railroads. Now, they all use railroads because they're a fantastic, wonderful new device, but they hate the railroad companies in America. And with, Theodore Roosevelt breaking up some of the trusts, the monopolies that were associated with the railroads and Carnegie's Steel and some of the others that I'm blanking on names. Stuff is a Fox News word. I think they have a monopoly on it. Well, Fox News is probably the best major news corporation in America. So I know OCB, you're European. I think Europeans get a very slanted view of what really Fox News is. Most of the people who have a negative opinion of Fox News don't watch Fox News and don't know what it is. They just hear things about it. I watch Fox News a few hours a day. And I don't agree or like all the hosts on it, and some of them are very sort of opinionated, but they are probably the news agency most in touch with reality in America. So, yeah. So Wilson is a very pivotal person in American politics and has definitely messed the country up very, very badly. And so congratulations, Wilson. Probably because I disagree with a lot of what FDR, the other Roosevelt, did. But I think FDR, who did like the administrative state, very much so, but FDR truly has a good heart. FDR truly wants to, he runs over a lot of people, and it's not just that FDR is charming, and Wilson is not charming. He's very much not charming. Wilson is also a major sexist too, but I almost said, but most people were back then. No, he is beyond what most people were back then as sexist. He is beyond that as well. Though, of course, with Wilson, you end up having a woman running the government, because the latter part of Wilson's life, he's a vegetable in bed, and she's basically walking over with whatever document she wants to have him sign, holding his hand and guiding his hand to sign the signature. So yes, it was Wilson's hand that signed the signature, and his heart was still beating, but he wasn't mentally there. And for a long period of time, no congressperson or other, senator or House of Representatives was allowed to meet with the president. And that's how they come up with what they talk about now, the 25th Amendment, because of what happened under Wilson and being a stroke or whatever towards the end. So she ends up, his wife ends up running, who he marries later on, ends up running the government for a while. But yeah, he is probably the most evil American president. Yeah, probably. Change my mind, somebody. But yeah, that's Wilson for you. The hero of the modern. And this isn't, because sometimes you go, oh, well, yeah, that was Democrats way back when that believe that. No, I'm talking about he is the hero of modern day Democrats. Yeah, because he starts the progressive state for the Democrats. Well, like I said, this is going to be the end of the episode, but not the live stream again. So if you guys want to hang around, we will stay off of these topics because I got it out of my system and move ahead. Okay, let's start another episode. Welcome back, fellow armchair generals. This is Gamer 1745 here with my continuing playthrough of Ensig for Hearts of Iron with the 1910 start date, and we are, I think, going to now start building more military factories. We're going to presume to not lose a lot of this territory right out, but we are going to stay to this sort of, well, somewhat back area here, behind the Rhine, or at least somewhat back here. I haven't watched Fox News. I don't have them. I just think maybe I have CNN, but I haven't watched it. I watched Euro, BBC News, Sky News, local news, and I get from my subscriptions. Okay, I watch a little bit of Sky News that I get over the BBC, or over the. I also watch a bit of the BBC over YouTube. But yeah, remember, Sky News. There is a difference between Sky News and Fox News, but they're basically owned by the same corporation. So yeah. Okay, we can improve our government. We have one slot left. Okay, division training time, but there was another. If not training time, military entrepreneur, division attrition. We'll reduce our division attrition. Local news, I guess, from subscriptions, local papers. Yeah. So yeah, no, Fox News really isn't this, bugbear of whatever that people talk about. And I hear a lot of it coming from various European sources. And what they get is cherry-picked elements. Now, so what they may be being told is true, but there are various new, opinion hosts on Fox News. And they're very, very, opinionated to their ideas. And I'm not saying they say anything that's untrue, but they focus on what they think is important or whatnot. Okay, that's them. Okay. we don't want to lose. No, not all of you.
Bereit
Just
zum Ausrücken.
to up to there. We don't want to lose Memel.
Achtung!
And reinforce down into there. I think Europeans, and whenever I hear, they have also a really skewed version of Trump. Because just to explain Trump a little bit to people, Trump just thinks of things. Like he's sitting there going, "Hey, it'd be nice if we sent a spaceship to Mars or something," and he just says it out loud, and he hasn't even thought it through. Where presidents really should, shall we say, think things through, but he doesn't necessarily think them through before he just says stuff. And I remember back and forth. With that, O'Reilly. Yeah, I'm a fan of O'Reilly. John Stewart. Well, he's he's out of the business now. What am I politically? Depends on the situation, but generally, a conservative would be a general. Trump makes W. Bush look smart. Well. And see, this is the thing. If I remember watching an interview with the younger Bush after he was out of office, and the reason he said that, because the younger Bush was an avid reader. He read a lot, and he was really smart. But what he was constantly, he said he had the problem of, he was constantly worried about how whatever he said would be taken by other governments, friendly and enemy governments, by the people in America, by the people overseas, by the news media class. Bush was paranoid over how what he said would be taken. So he was constantly thinking about his word choice and constantly, fixated on that, if you will. And so he was having a lot of Bushisms. And you're very right. He didn't come off as being very smart, OCB. But he actually really was smart. And from other people that talked to him away from the cameras, away from being recorded, he comes off a lot smarter because he's not worried about what he's saying will be taken slightly out of context. Where, like I say, Trump just says whatever. He just blurts it out. Hey, it would be great if we could, give everybody cotton candy. Oh, you can't? Oh, okay. Sorry, no, we can't give everybody. So everybody in the media here in the U.S., just, the major medias, and over in Europe, they take him at his word, as what he's saying is it's well thought out and it's what he's going to do. And they also take it in the most negative view possible. So, if you go and just go and look at what he actually does. Oh, well, what he says is what he's doing. No, what he actually, laws that are actually passed, regulations that are actually done, actions actually taken by the government, not what he's saying at some rally somewhere. I don't listen to Trump at his rallies. I don't care what he's saying at his rallies. They're good entertainment for people who want to listen to it. But, if he says at his rallies, we're going to invade Russia, don't think that we're invading Russia. He just said that at a rally. Now, if we're starting to mobilize troops, well, then, take that as serious. But until that happens, and so this is a lot of people that have these negatives, and this is what Ari was, time to research. Okay. Click for details, no details. Okay, I guess so we've gone down as far as we can go on that path for the moment, I guess, unless we're supposed to do other things. I don't know. And I'm not saying you need to like or you should like Trump's policies, but just don't get worried about what Trump is saying. If you go, I don't like that, well, fine. He probably doesn't mean it any. He just thought it. He was just up on the stage saying BS. I think we should stop your viewer numbers from dropping. Yeah, I know they've gone down a bit, but I sometimes have to get things off my chest. And I really do hope people don't feel they need to agree with me to be here. I know that is sort of the modern tendency. Oh, this guy's saying bad stuff. I can't hear it. Go away. You know. I don't care. Well, you know, I really, you know, I say I don't care. Yeah, I mean, I've allowed one person in the Discord to have Trotsky as his icon and name. That does bother me because having the name like Trotsky is about the same as having the name like Goebbels and Goebbels' picture. I would be banning Goebbels and Goebbels' picture in my Discord for sure. I mean, so if you're an out-and-out Nazi, I don't really have time for you. If you are an out-and-out communist because of what communists believe, I think you're an evil person. I'll deal with both. I'll talk to both of the groups. You know, if you want to watch me from either those things, fine. But if you're you know, and I get mild socialist. You know, like even notice I'm not saying I'm against everything. I'm not a, you know, I'm a practical person. I'm not, you know, so one ideology doesn't just fit, if you will. There's not just a single answer there. I guess we will do this. So and I started the politics stuff with Wilson, I know. Okay, so they did put in Wavis Bay, so that's good for this. But we're not seeing what's it.
Zuhören.
Well, whoever, you know, Ari was saying that they've not fixed things. Well, they've not added a port for Wavis Bay here that I can see. They haven't done much other than it's owned by South Africa, and I can't tell anything there. But there should be at least a port for German Southwest Africa. Wavis Bay was the major port, and it was British. Okay, yeah. I just joined a parties 2 weeks ago, so I'm looking forward to getting active again. Well, good for you, unless it's, of course, Nazis or communists, but yeah. And so I could say, well, I don't care who you vote for. I do, but I'm not trying to get you to vote my way. I'm trying to get viewers to understand viewpoints that I think are important. Now you can reject the viewpoints that I'm trying to. It's important to vote. Well, it's important for people who are well informed to vote. There's a lot of people that aren't maybe well informed that are voting, but those that are well informed should vote, most assuredly. Okay, armament effort 2. Sinking of the Lusitania, that doesn't sound right. Fighter focus or research doctrines. We're almost through all of that. Unless we're talking much later period. Yeah, let's zoom out down here. Okay, so we have the whole, looks like somewhat standard World World War II text down there. Prepare for war. Okay, we're getting close. Okay. What insufficient supplies? Oh, just one tungsten. I'm not that worried about that. And so, yeah, I guess that's would be sort of my goal, is the idea that people should understand politics, what's going on, viewpoints. So I'm not trying to convince people to think like me. I'm quite honestly not. But I am trying to get people to go, oh, that's an interesting idea. Sounds wrong, but this is where they're coming from. Because I think there's a lot of Sea Wolf, blockade runner, submarine attack. Okay, we'll give him the submarine. There's a lot of I don't know, misinformation, bad information, whatever you might want to talk about within the political spectrum going on. We'll leave him for more submarines. We'll give Spee. You get people to vote and care about what happens around them. The thing about communists is that they always picture themselves as the boss or the party leader and never the worker in the factory. Well, yeah, at least all the activists. You're absolutely right. Romanov, Tercentenary. What is that? 300 years. Okay, 300 years. They're having a big parade, party, whatever. It's going to be gone in just a few more years. The Romanovs. What are the Austrians doing coming up here? Not that we dislike you visiting us, but what? Okay, let's look at our supplies and equipment. We're getting close to the war here. Okay, we have a lot more things. So what we need to do now is, I think, let's see, we'll add a unit of mountain divisions. Train a troop of Schutztruppe. Send out a few more places in Africa. And add a unit of Marines. Set up a second training. Oh no, there's already, never mind. Let's cancel this. We'll add a couple of, we'll add 3 units here. We'd have some ports guards. Okay. AI loves naval invasions. Good to know, good to know. Let's do some of these ersatz divisions. That would be good. Ports guards as just something to keep. Having naval invasions, we'll put them here in Hanover, because these guys here are sort of, you know, we may throw in military police. That caused a lot of support equipment or not. Okay, a little bit of manpower, infantry equipment, rations. Yeah, we'll do that. We'll add that. They'll be weak, but there'll be something there. also as occupation troops otherwise. Okay, let's see how this goes for a while. Howitzers. Nice. Okay, so we're in... Oh, pause. Production efficiency cap. Oh, very well. Now, the other thing I think we should start doing here is don't know that armored cars are going to be much of anything, but let's get 2 factories of fighters and 2 factories of early tactical bombers set to come about. Okay, we'll probably reduce our artillery production. That's probably just overdoing it. So let's cancel the production line. I know it's nice and efficient, but that'll get us, and we'll do 3 fighters. There we go. Need a lot more rubber now. How do they expect us to build without rubber? Well, I guess it's why do they do this? My God, we should just be able to trade with the Dutch for the rubber. Because the Dutch will get it from the East Indies. Okay, okay, no, there, we want to come over here. Avoid. Well, that'll close off anyways. Get the Dutch on our side. I played, the AI just builds a lot of useless scout planes. They might be smarter now, but that happened to be okay. Very good to know. Yeah, well, unfortunately, I don't like the way they do this. I really don't like the way they set up the Dutch. The Dutch East Indies was something of a separate administration element from in the Netherlands at home, but still, should just be able to trade with the Dutch for rubber. I don't know what the hell they're thinking of. Give the Netherlands a little bit of territory or something down here that include, directly, so they can get it. Constitutionals declare war on the United States of, United Mexican States. Okay. I really don't know that rubber was much of a bottleneck for aircraft production. Now we have 7. What? Oh, okay, we don't need 16. We'll just go with 8. Down by 1, okay. Well, let's start a new line of infantry weapons. This just looks awfully weak to me for Germany, but maybe I haven't been building up as much as I should. And the German army was really mostly already built. Okay,
Bereit. Achtung! Ausrücken! Ausrücken!
no, where are you going, Austrians? You come up here for a visit and then you're going back somewhere else? What the hell's going on?
Zum Ausrücken!
Yeah, they could use a few more down here. Make up your mind. Where do you want to go? Okay, we're gonna...
Ausrücken!
move these guys down. It's probably truly a lost cause down here, but I'm just figuring we might as well attempt some defense. The two that really sort of could be defended.
Angetreten!
Do I have any of the Marine divisions in? Yes. Okay. They're coming. Okay, we can... Chief of the Army. Vision, attrition, maneuver, speed. Well, let's put Hindenburg in charge there. And we don't yet have enough. Oh, army regroup. We can have them in multiple places. No, we can have. Okay, we'll have several of these guys. It looks like. Okay, as we get the points for it. Oh, we have one plane in reserve. Yay! Two divisions of the Austro-Hungarian army are planning on getting ready to attack France. How unlike them. George the First assassinated. George the First of the Kingdom of Greece has tragically been assassinated today after going around Thessaloniki, at least one one pronunciation of it, without any meaningful protection force as he usually would. While out on an afternoon walk, he was shot at close range in the back by Alexandros Chichnas, who was said to belong to a socialist organization, declared when arrested that he killed the king when he refused to give him money. See, socialists, bad people. Bad people, socialists. The Dutch really should be on the German side in this time. We don't like the British too much due to the Boer War, so it was a possibility of joining the Kaiserreich. Interesting thought there. Again, I've recently watched the documentary that, it focused on Dutch rifles, the sort of often called Mannlicher, but there are several different elements of the rifle put together. Talked a little bit about the political situation, but no, the Dutch should not go anywhere near World War One. That would be disastrous for the Dutch because, see, there's this. I don't want to call it a little thing. There was this mildly significant thing out there floating around called, the Royal Navy. And could immediately shut down every bit of anything that floats that's Dutch would go bye-bye. And I know you have your tactic of submerging your nation under the water if it feels threatened, sort of like a turtle, getting inside of its shell. But they could just float over your nation, where like Germans would drown as they marched in. The British would go, oh, you're just allowing us to, get our ships in closer. So, yeah, that doesn't quite work. And the Dutch were having issues controlling the Dutch East Indies. For various reasons. And they'd already lost Sri Lanka, 100 years before now, but Sri Lanka to the British. Yeah, I think it would just be a nice excuse for the British to pick up the rest of the East Indies. They might not get to hold it for long, but it would be, their protectorate. That's the one thing they should not do. But the Dutch strategy, they armed themselves up very much, and they expanded their army as much as they could during World War One, but purely as an they were afraid from being invaded from both sides. They were afraid from being invaded by the Germans, not so much for territorial conquests, but because Germany may think it needs to, have a direct route out the Rhine into the ocean. But they were also worried about war with the British, in that if the British either tried to, invade to shut off trade that's going through the Netherlands, because they were massively trading with the Germans during the war. They were trading with both sides, but they're massively trading with the Germans. That if the British were to try to cut them off, either, sea blockade or invade to cut them off, they were quite afraid of that happening as well too. So they armed up, and they maintained basically a wartime standing army throughout the whole war period. They just kept it armed up and ready to fight, and with the hopes of not having to use it. So their best option is to sort of be what they were, is neutral but slightly in favor of the Germans, but not giving any sort of special help to the Germans, like not trying to spy for them or give them anything like special, just like and just do the sort of cash for basically resources, rubber or whatever it might be. So yeah, it probably would have been. It's best for them to be neutral but slightly in favor of Germany is their best option. Where the Danes wanted to be completely neutral. They've developed during this period now a great light machine gun, the Madsen, and they're busy selling it to people who want to buy Madsen machine guns, which does include the Russians who were fighting the Japanese a little earlier than now. So the Russians get the Madsen to fight the Japanese. But basically, once World War I breaks out, they want to remain neutral so badly, they stop selling the Madsen to any belligerents of the war. Because they didn't want, if they sold it to the Allies, they didn't want the Germans to decide to march in and stop the sale of the guns. And they didn't, if they sold it, but then if they also sold it to the only to the Germans or they did, there were small numbers that did get, and there were various schemes. There was a whole plots that some neutral party, like the Americas, when were neutral at the time, were supposedly buying a bunch of, or the Swedes or somebody, ordering a bunch of Madsen machine guns, getting in the factory, and then both the Russians and the Germans trying to steal or trying to buy the or both, actually, I think maybe in one case, a warehouse, both the Russians and the Germans, or maybe it was the Austrians, one of the two, buy a warehouse full of Madsen machine guns. They both buy the guns. They're both there. And they each are trying to figure out how to smuggle the same batch of machine guns out of the country. And so gave them horses in 1916 and food. Yeah, there was also a lot of food trading. But I think it was more of selling than giving. But maybe I'm wrong about if you know for sure that gave them horses. But I think it was more selling than giving. But so there was this whole ongoing subterfuge to get the Madsen machine guns out. They could have made so much money selling Madsen machine guns, but if they only sold to the Germans and the Austrians, then that would mean that they're on their side and might have negative consequences long term. So they just decided to sell basically to nobody who was at war. Still made a reasonable amount, but nowhere near the quantities of guns that they could have made. With design organizations don't quite. Okay, well, we have lots. Okay, I'm looking 800,000 men. Okay, I think we need to up our numbers of units. So let's see if we can add a mountain unit. Yeah, I know. Occupation divisions. Oh, light cruiser doing, yeah. The Villavistas declare war on the United States of Mexico. Okay, that's Pancho Villa, I guess. Constitutionalist says collapse. Yeah, there's ongoing civil wars in Mexico at this time. Constitutionalists, Maderistas, United States of Mexico, Villavistas. The Zapatas, they were in the south. Okay, national focus completed. Preparations for war. Oh, lots of manpower and some political power. Good. Yeah, the Zapatas. Oh, this is down here. I guess I turned over to the Zapatas. They were in the south, I know. Where the Villavistas or Pancho Villa. This is Zapata's group and Pancho Villa's group. They were up in the North Desert. This is where it gets weird because it never becomes fully Mexico. Yeah, well, I mean, this is all sort of historically. You've got the, what was it? Was it? Oh, I forget. There were several factions. No, this is about accurate, Ari. I don't know about the constitutionalist here, but the sort of central government, and you have the Zapatas and the Pancho Villas and others. Yeah, that's about accurate. That's not weird. That's Mexico. Okay, so we prepared for war. what's keeping completion one day? Oh, Franz Ferdinand died. Okay, so we have to pick those after Franz Ferdinand died. Colonial defense. We'll do, well, Southwest Africa. I want to get to Cameroon actually more. So let's go there. Oh, it also looks like we can maybe we can't go there. War support. Extensive conscription. Let us go there now. It must be, oh, at war, I guess we'll be able to do. Okay. So yeah, we'll do, we got that manpower boost. That was good. Meant like in 1919 sort of things were always one nation still around. Maybe that's how it was, but I don't think it would have lasted long. Yeah, I don't know what, because in what was it, 1916? You have Blackjack Pershing's invasion of Mexico because Pancho Villa decided to raid across the border. Was it El Paso? Or one, and they killed some American soldiers and some American citizens. And so I don't know if, I mean, he gets pretty far south. I don't know that he gets to Mexico City or not. I forget. But there's only one action. There's only, and they were going after the Pancho Villa. There was only, I think it was like either 2 or 3 Pancho Villas killed, soldiers. But, and they literally, Blackjack Pershing's whole army goes way deep into Mexico. The Mexican army either just sort of does nothing to oppose them or actively fades away. But they're not there to go after the Mexican army. So please understand that. They're invading Mexico, a true invasion, not just, a police raid or something. It was, a real army invasion. And they go into Mexico. There's one action. I think it's like 2 or 3 Pancho Villa people are killed. Not Pancho Villa. I don't know if he was involved in it or not. And that's. Yeah, this is just the Mexican Civil War going on. And can anybody name who the officer, you've heard the name before, who the officer that led the action that was the one and only combat action of the American invasion of Mexico under Blackjack Pershing going after Pancho Villa's crew? Can anybody name that officer? Okay, division, attrition down, division organization, but we already have organization. Not that we can't have more. Up by him. Infantry division attack and defense. That's really good, Prince Rupert. Was it Trump? No, Trump wasn't alive then. Division attack recovery. He was looking like the best option here too. 15, 20. Maybe he's better. Darn. Nobody knows this. We're playing as Germany. Okay. Well, the only reason they were able to engage these Villavistas, as they're being called here, was because it was a motorized, an actual motorized. I think with Model Ts, but I'm not absolutely sure on the car makes. They were basically automobiles, like we would think of standard civilian automobiles. They were a motorized unit. Does that help? Does that help? Okay. since some of you guys love history, his father won the Congressional Medal of Honor. So his father was a very well-known American officer, in the, just even more in the American Civil War. Does that help? Who do you know whose father won the Congressional Medal of Honor, the highest honor that America can give out to a military officer, and which means any children, or back in the day, of course, it was sons, got to go into West Point without having to be normally appointed. It was not a clue. Okay. Man. Okay. Well, his father's name was George S. Patton. So who now okay, his father's name was George S. Patton. Can we figure out who it was now? None of you are typing very fast. Why haven't you? His father's name was George S. Patton, Congressional Medal of Honor winner in the American Civil War. George S. Patton Jr. Come on! The American general from World War II. My God, you never heard of Patton? I mean, they make movies about him. Motorized cavalry, he was, yes. He was in the cavalry, but it was motorization. He had two Model T, I think it was Model T, two cars doing scout reconnaissance work. And they surprised some Villavistas, and he drove them back with them literally tied over his hood, the bodies. Say, we got these guys, yes. And Patton was, I don't know if Patton was actually the one that shot them, but he was in the firefight that got them, yes. That was Patton. Yeah, well, yeah, it was cavalry, but he was I would have thought motorization was also a good clue because he was into, armor and motorized stuff. He was a pioneer for motorization for sure. So that was Patton. His father won a Congressional Medal of Honor in the Civil War as a very young man. And had children a bit late, so yeah, it was Patton. And did you know that Patton won an Olympic medal? Can anybody guess what the Olympic medal that Patton won his Olympic medal in? In the Olympics. Riding? Good guess. No. Pistol shooting. He was that good of a pistol shot. So in the movie, it didn't happen. To the best of my knowledge, it didn't happen. So if you've watched the movie Patton, you have that scene where he's arguing with the British over lack of air support, and the Germans are over, and the British are claiming, no, we control the air, and then they get bombed by the German bomber at low altitude for the camera, and Patton dives out the window and jumps out, gets on the ground, and starts shooting up at the aircraft with his pistol. Well, that didn't happen. But Patton is probably the one American officer who could effectively like pilot snipe or shoot somebody up in a German aircraft at low level with his pistol because he was that good of a shot. So he was an Olympic medalist for pistol shooting. Villa Vista has capitulated. How could they? Pershing hasn't even invaded to take it over. Oh, well, maybe they did. That's why there's United States of America down here. Maybe we did. As you can tell, I'm a bit of a fan of Patton. Didn't we send... Or maybe they're just still waiting up here? No. Are they still coming? Oh, they're still coming. There they are. Thought we sent 2 more divisions down here. As you can tell, I don't think I'm necessarily going to win, but I'm going to try to hold out here for a while. Okay, so
Bereit zum Ausrücken.
those are mountainous, that's mountainous, that's mountainous. Plains, but, well, the British may come. That's, yeah, it's considered forest. Yeah, forest, jungle, something like that, that would be. Plains, definitely. Well, I guess, do they not have jungle? Because this should be jungle over here. Okay, well, that's way jungle good. But yeah. I don't know. Maybe a bit more jungly. Okay, this is where the little bit of rubber, we're getting in no food for some reason. I don't know why no food, but whatever. That can go over to there. These guys can go down to here. I guess if they want to try to march around here and attack directly, they could. Okay, well, we can produce, I think right now is really looking at more military factories. Well, more rifles, I think, at the moment. No, oh, yeah, trenches. Yes, you're right. Okay, you're right.
Ihre Befehle?
Let's, thank you for reminding me. Now is the time to do so. Okay, and we will move all of these down to focus on trenches. I don't know that I'm, well, let's, okay, let's come over here, 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 and here, and here. So I really want to do an offensive push south here. So I'm not planning on holding this line. Thank you, Austria, for your additional support. But I really want to hit hard, fast down to there. But up here, I do want to hold. I'd rather have served under Patton than Montgomery, but if I got to choose many Allied leaders, I would serve under Harold Alexander, Bradley, Patton. Yeah. Now, Patton had the, of at least the Americans, of the armies after, after D-Day, he has the fewest casualties of any of the, his Third Army had the fewest casualties of an army. Compared to the other stuff. So Harold Alexander, well, I know him basically commanding here until Montgomery takes over, and then commanding in British India, I think. I don't know Brian Horrocks or, well, obviously, Bradley, Omar Bradley. Bradley's good. Oh, well, good. You're changing your plans. Good idea. Good idea. Those plans were terrible, whatever they were. You come up with new ones? And what the hell is changing that these guys are going to go get ready to fight Italy, and these guys are now going to fight Serbia, which is a good idea to get ready to fight Serbia, but I don't know. Okay, we have a choice. Defense in depth. Sure, plunk. Let's come over something over here. I don't know. 1914. You're making me decide. Well, I guess we'll improve our artillery. Okay. Yeah, I'm not recognizing the name. I'm presuming British, but I'm not recognizing the name. Colonial defense in Southwest Africa, very nice. And we're also going to do that to defend down here. If nothing else, I'm hoping these will just delay any losses that we have down here and cause them trouble. Okay. Yeah, let's go here with you, I guess. We already have this colonial unit out here. Second Balkan War. Bulgaria declared war on Montenegro. Bulgaria declared war on the Kingdom of Greece, Kingdom of Serbia. Yay, everybody, go to war. Maybe get hopefully one or two more of these Marine units to just sort of, hold the islands out here a bit. Maybe, well, Kingdom declared war on Bulgaria. Everybody declares war, and that's basically sort of how it was. No, I don't know the progress of each of those wars. Let's add 2 more units. 3 more units. We'll put these guys out. there just to like make them clean up the islands or whatnot. But Bella Vista was annexed. Okay. Now, Pancho Villa was periodically basically losing all of his territory and like fleeing into the U.S. a few times, but it was only one time that he did a major raid that took over a town or small city or whatever for a day or two, and did a lot of destruction, killed some people, and went back into Mexico. And that was the sort of final time that the Mexicans, until recently at least, learned not to come and invade America. And I don't mean the mass migration invasion, I mean militarily invade America. Okay, we can do... Yeah, let's do him again. He's more than one slot. Don't know if I agree with that, but okay. So yeah, I think I'm right in thinking that Harold Alexander, it's Alexandria also for purpose was back here, commanding. He did know about the Enigma secret, but a lot of the generals are under his command prior to Montgomery taking charge did not know it. So when the headquarters, which was basically back in Alexandria, was sending information, hey, yeah, this about what's going on, don't attack. Don't know why this is so narrow right here, where it should be maybe back here. I don't know. And so they would sort of take it, they wouldn't, the frontline commanders didn't take it seriously because they didn't know how good the information was. And so that really frustrated High Command. I think I have that right. Decisions available, anything I want to do? Not really. Yeah.
Ihre Befehle. Zuhören.
What the?
Bereit zum Ausrücken.
I'm going to click on this province here. Okay, yeah, mountainous. So
Bereit zum Ausrücken.
let's move a mountain division here. May need another general, it looks like. Well, I think this is going to end this episode. I want to thank you all for putting up with my various talks while playing NSEG 4 Hearts of Iron for the 1910 start date. So, like I've said before, I'm sure, like, subscribe, comment, love hearing from you. See you next time for more Hearts of Iron. All right, let's save this. And now let's play, save. And I think this is going to be enough for today. I know we haven't really gotten to any major wars yet, at least none involving us. Tomorrow I will be streaming at approximately the same start time. War Thunder. I hope many of you will join us. We are happy to take new people on Sundays to come in. So do it. I don't know. No more. Do it. Well, we're going to do more tomorrow, but it'll be War Thunder, and I'm sure Arno will be playing at least some of the time with us, and Ari, I hope, as well. But if other people want to get in and play with us, we'd be happy to have you. We'll be posting Discord links and things like that, so you can get in. So yeah, and I don't think I'm doing anything for Slithering this coming week. Got some stuff later scheduled already for them. And so I guess we'll be continuing Friday with our co-op game. So probably at the usual time though, unlike this last week. So yeah. And of course, next Saturday we will be continuing this. I'm having enough fun. Again, there's no like I'm going to play this all the way through or any plan with that, but at least get into some of World War One and see how that goes. And so, no, do it now. No, I need to take a break. Always leave the audience wanting more. And since Arno wants more, that's good. As opposed to Arno's going, God, no more gamer. I'm done. I gotta go to sleep. Then he'll be way too sick and tired of me. So, yeah, that's breaks are for the week. Yeah, playing Lum's role when he's not here. Okay. Thanks, everyone. See you guys later.